Okay. We should be up and running. Definitely feeling a little bit kind of garbage tonight, but I am trying to increase how much I stream. Oh, hold on. Do I not have audio coming in? Testing. There we go. Yeah, I have to adjust the settings here versus I had brought the mic and the interface box up with me when I was in Canada, so the settings here are a little different. Yeah, I maybe it was just from the train travel. I woke up yesterday like deaf warmed over, and even today I kind of feel like garbage. But I am trying to stream more regularly. I don't know if I'll ever get to the point of streaming daily, but I also want to get as far as this. So, if you've been following the channel's live streams for a while, I've been doing a fair bit of work on the Kernel Linux AX.25 stack, and I kind of want to make a video on it, and I've been wanting to do a video on involving amateur radio for a while, but every time I put the video together, it just... I think what it is that radio is, in general, just not super visually interesting. Like, realistically speaking, unless you know how amateur radio works in general, you're basically just watching a screen with a number on it change colors, and it's like, okay, question mark? I mean, that was kind of where I'm sitting. I produced about 6 minutes of footage on contacting the International Space Station, and I watched my first draft of it, and it was like, wow, this is really boring. And I'm the one who did it. I find talking to space interesting. So if I want to make a successful video on the topic, it has to play to the strengths of the channel, which technically it's a vintage computing channel, but I also do a lot of cursed Linux. So I feel like this is not a bad introduction to it. So before I left Canada, I started writing the beginning of a script. So let me just read this out right now and get an idea of where I'm going. There are no doubt a lot of parts of the Linux kernel that are rarely used. However, probably one of the least loved subsystems is AX.25. You've probably seen it when you've built a Linux kernel from scratch. It's listed in the networking section, but beyond that, you'd be hard-pressed to find any expert who could tell you more. So I think what I want to do here is I'm also going to just leave some notes to give an idea of what the actual video is going to look like. Oh, also, the channel now has merch. I have a QSL card for sale in the shop. My first time actually doing real products. So hopefully, QSL cards are things that amateur operators, well, radio operators in general, send to each other for reception reports or confirming a contact. So I'll write more about them, but I also wouldn't mind having that around as a test run to make sure everything works before I stick it in video. But so open with terminal, running menu config, and showing AX.25 in the list. However, in spite of this, AX.25 has played a very long history. Itself is tied to some of the earliest history of the internet. It was, after all, used as a transport mechanism in 1981 to transport TCP/IP packets as a you know what, a layer 2 protocols here. Layer 2 protocol between APRNet and on APRNet. This is 2 years before ARPANET would switch from its network control protocol to TCP/IP on Flag Day. Yeah, see, this is one of the big aspects of it. It's like, I actually didn't know that little bit of history. I think most people who watch this channel probably are aware that ARPANET was the predecessor of the internet, and it used TCP/IP. ARPANET did, but it didn't always. In the early days of ARPANET, it was network control protocol, and it is NCP is described in RFCs. But TCP/IP itself got its start actually transporting packets over radio links. And amateur radio operators in that era actually used it on what we call AMPERNet, which essentially was the amateur radio internet. What also makes this interesting is that MIT ran a gateway that connected AMPERNet and ARPANET together. It was the one way that someone who isn't involved with academia or academia could gain access to what would become the internet. 2 years prior to its use on ARPANET. Such, you might think AX.25 stacks are common. However, this, along with much of the history of amateur radio, has, however, like, I don't even know how I want to lead into this. I do think the hook itself is interesting because I do get a lot of people who watch Linux stuff on my channel and actually only watch the Linux stuff. Funny enough, the Stallman video I did, I think it was the 6th video where basically I called him I called him out for a lot of the crap he's done over his life, but I had my own personal experience with Stallman. But due to that, I have like an entire subsection of my subscriber base that basically likes watching me play with vintage Linux and Unix more than they enjoy some of the other content I put out. So this feels like it's right up that ballpark. It's unfortunate that AX.25 itself, that's because a protocol has largely disappeared after all. It's not the type of protocol you might find transported over a wire. In fact, you could say it's a wireless protocol. No. Google itself may tell you a bit more. You know what? Let me see what let me actually look at what the summary of the Wikipedia page is for AX.25. Well, I don't want to introduce amateur radio right off the bat. It's unfortunate since to transport data packets, however, tied to the earliest package. After all, used the link to 1981 transport 2 years before its use on ARPANET. In effect, the birthplace of the internet was over radio. Part of, you know what? Part of this is because AX.25 is typically used on radio links. In the earliest years of the internet, Hawaii was connected to ARPANET via 2 fixed links. Let me see if I can find the ARPANET map. Because the map itself actually does show this. I just have to find the right map. There's like 6 of them, and not all of them show how Hawaii is connected. Yeah, there it is. So if we look at this map of ARPANET, this is what ARPANET looked like in 1976. This was on the very early years of it, and you can see here that there's actually a satellite circuit that connected Ames. I forget which university that is. See, not all these nodes actually correspond to what you think it is, unfortunately. Let me see here, Hawaii. Oh, it's NASA Ames Research Center. That's what that is. It's, yeah, okay, you know what? That makes sense. I was thinking it was a university. That's also me accidentally changing my scene. Okay. Hey, Lefty McLefferson. So, yeah, so ARPANET did have multiple radio links before undersea cables were run to connect the United States. I believe the first cable was to London. I'm not actually sure if they used dedicated lines. I actually have to do a fair bit of research for this, but once I have the script together, I can go through and then it gives me a skeleton of what I actually have to look up. On ARPANET 2 years prior to its use on ARPANET. In fact, to this day, maybe we attach it down here when we talk about you know, I'm just going to read the script as it is right now. There are no doubt a lot of parts of the Linux kernel that are rarely used. However, one of the least loved subsystems is AX.25. You've probably seen it if you've ever built a Linux kernel from scratch. It's listed in the networking section, but beyond that, you'd be hard-pressed to find any expert who could tell you more. A Google search will no doubt turn up. After all, AX.25, both AX, from its role as an early internet building block to the present day, AX.25 has largely lost its importance as a fundamental A Google search will no doubt bring up this document, the Linux AX.25 How-To, which has the distinction of being the only only comprehensive document, because there are other ones, comprehensive document about Linux's AX.25 stack, which has the unfortunate property that was last updated in 2003. That's always a good sign when we're talking about well-maintained systems with no bugs whatsoever, right? So then let me put crossfade to Linux AX.25 how to. Hey, Fessel, Tesla, T-H, Tysel, Tyesi, I don't even, I'm sorry. I am always really bad pronouncing names. And then I think what's properly here is Ralph saying, I'm in danger. Because that's kind of how I feel about every time I this how-to also has the unique distinction of being a well-written technical document with the unfortunate downtick of including almost no information on what AX.25 is, why you might want to use it, or more. That's unfortunate because a case can be made that AX.25 is tied to the earliest history of the internet, a period when TCP/IP packets weren't transported over ARPANET, but over AMPERNET. And when TCP/IP one might think then that AX.25 is simply one of a number of forgotten transport layers, such as IPX, DECnet, AppleTalk, or more. Obsolete. However, that's a little bit of an oversimplification. After all, I used AX.25. I used data packets encoded and transport. I used AX.25 frames to communicate with the International Space Station a few months ago, and it is still commonly used by a small niche of users who themselves are also tied to the Earth. Still commonly used as a common niche of users for transporting data in cases where AX.25 makes it easier to meet certain legal requirements set by the FCC. I think that's actually a better way to build into it, because realistically, I'm building up to the point that this is an amateur radio protocol that nonetheless is still tied to the actual history of the internet. AX.25 predates TCP/IP by quite a long way. So what is this nearly forgotten system? And more to the point, why does it exist and what can you do with it? Let's start, as always, with the basics. AX.25 is a modified version of the X.25 protocol. X.25 itself was a standard created by the International Telegraph and Telephone Consultative Committee in 1986. It defines a standard for packet switch data over wide area distances. Without going down the telephony rabbit hole, it's a standard for routing data messages from system to system, with the most common uses being phone services and ISDN connections. While it's declined in recent years due to the rise of the internet, AX.25 is still commonly used in industry and especially in aviation. Conversely, AX.25 is an adaptation to make X.25 viable in what can only be described as the opposite of a professional telephony environment. After all, who needs professionals when the world is filled with licensed radio amateurs? I was tempted to go with dangerous amateur radio operators, but I wanted to be a bit... I felt that was a little bit too much. Junkob... In theory, I like what Space Age is, but it needs a couple patches. My biggest problem is I don't like how they've changed some of the UIs, and in fact, the devs have actually recognized this. Like, if you unlock quality in Space Age, now setting every recipe takes an additional 2 clicks, because you can't just double-click the thing to make. You now have to click it, set the quality, and then click the check. But Woob has been amazing at responding to player feedback. So I think in a patch or two, any of the objections I have, any of my complaints are going to be gone. So I'm not going to worry about that. I don't know. I'll probably play some, maybe not tonight, but tomorrow. Like, I'm probably just going to work my way through the save over time. So this is your host, Kilo Delta 2 Juliet Romeo Tango, also known as Zen Commander, and welcome to an amateur radio video that also includes plenty that will keep protocol nerds and Linux fans alike happy. Trust me, even if you don't care a bit about radio, I'm sure you'll enjoy this exploration of esoteric protocols, and more specifically, how they tie into the history of the internet itself. Now, let's get to it. For the uninitiated in the ancient art of turning EM noise into EM signal, amateur radio, as well as radio as a whole, is a licensed service and is regulated under both international treaty and national laws, or national governments. Radio spectrum is a shared resource in our world, and amateur bands are small pieces that pieces of spectrum that members of the general public can, with a license, legally transmit with literal kilowatts of power. So let me back this up a little bit, because I also want to make sure I know exactly how I'm going to frame this all out. Honestly, I could probably try using the Linux Kernel AX.25 stack to make contact with the International Space Station. Like, that might actually be a very cool thing to do. I know Xastir knows how to talk to the kernel stack. I've never used it in that way. I've only used the stack in the previous stream I did. I'd have to get the Raspberry Pi set up to do that, but it shouldn't theoretically be a problem. The only downside is that APRS packets don't use the destination field normally, so it wouldn't show KD2J or T to RSO ISS, although technically speaking, I could force that. Like, there's absolutely nothing that would break that. So All right, so I mean, Lefty, I mean, one of the biggest problems is the Internet Archive itself is been not in a good place. I think it's currently back up, but it was down for most of last week. Actually, you know what? I'll check that right now just to see where they currently... that was not what I wanted to do. Archive.org. Okay, yeah, so it does actually look like the Internet Archive is back up. Now I need to bring back the live stream because I accidentally killed the wrong browser tab. That is not what I wanted. There we go. I mean, what can you actually do? I mean, unfortunately, you can donate as much money to the Internet Archive as you want. I think at this point, they're more in danger of just being shut down. Or being sued out of oblivion, which, let's be honest, sucks. It's like the burning of the Library of Alexandria in our modern age. And it's like, well, great to know as a species we haven't actually evolved. All right. I'm just going to see, having a license also lets you do a cool thing. However, I think we can cut that paragraph. Like, I don't need to talk about licensing in this. This is me showing what it is used for. Furthermore, data packets sent to the ISS's digipeater are AX.25 frames, showing that while it's largely disappeared from the public internet, AX.25 is still regularly used by operators all over the world. Part of this is due to the fact that it makes it largely trivial to meet what are known as station identification requirements. In traditional... I think I need to talk about what a layer 2 protocol is. In normal layer 2, in normal link layer protocols like Ethernet, packets are routed via identifiers. For example, two Ethernet devices communicate with each other via packets addressed to their MAC addresses. These I think I need to add something about layer 2 protocols. And then contain a data packet, which usually is a TCP iframe. This is look at how TCP/IP. Let's look at how data packets are transported over Ethernet. And for this, let's introduce. It's the 7-layer model, right? 7-layer OSI model. Let's see here. Introduce the OSI data the OSI 7-layer model, which is typically used to describe wireless describe how network applications work. At the very top of the stack, we have the application layer, which is essentially the part of the network that a user interfaces with. Chrome, for example, operates here. Since it deals with the data, Chrome, any other web browser, transported over TCP/IP. Going further down, we have the presentation layer, session layer, and transport layer. TCP/IP frames exist here at the would it be third or fourth layer? I think IP would be 3, and TCP/IP is 4. If I remember how it actually goes together. Actually, trying to write this all out is kind of interesting. Yeah, no. Link, internet, transport. Internet layer. Here with IP, or the Internet Protocol, making up layer with TCP, or the Transport Control Protocol, making up layer 3. Layer 4 and IP, or Internet Protocol, making up layer 3. These layers are always the same. It's here at layer 2 where AX.25 fits in. But, you know what? No, before I get to that. Below that, we have the data link layer, or layer 2. L2 protocols largely deal with transporting packets from device to device on a local segment. For example, packets between my desktop computer and router are wrapped in a layer up in a layer 2 Ethernet frame, which is addressed from my PC's MAC address, from the MAC address, my PC's Ethernet card, and sent to the MAC address of my router. From that point forward, the router is then responsible for ensuring the TCP/IP packet is continues next destination. I wonder if I should add a note that Wi-Fi basically works the same way. In most cases, layer 1 is actually invisible to applications. Wi-Fi, or as it's more formally known as 802.11, actually uses Ethernet. Hold on, let me make sure I'm actually not talking on my ass on this one. I'm pretty sure 802.11 frames are basically just, yeah, 802.11. Ethernet's layer 2 protocol. To provide full interoperability with wired networks. Okay, so that's how it works. This is essentially how all internet traffic TCP. I'm a little worried that this is a little bit too long, but I also don't know how much I can assume that the audience watching this video, because I get a lot of people who watch my videos, and I think a lot is like because a lot of people subscribed for the pinball video and then just kind of stuck around. Hey, I'm Scott. I hope you're doing well tonight. I'm just kind of trying to get this ran out because I'm just spinning my freaking wheels, and sometimes just you know, thinking about it and writing it out with the chat as my rubber duck debugger helps. I'm going to stretch my legs for a bit because I need to figure out if I'm actually happy with this or not. Yes, no, sort of is where I'm kind of going with this one. I was actually thinking I might throw up the radios first, but at this point, I don't even know what my actual end goal is. Like, at this point, I've already ran custom AX.25 stuff. I've already contacted the International Space Station, but the whole thing just feels so damn disjointed that I'm not getting anywhere. And if nothing else, having commentary from chat helps. I'm going to go get some tea. I'll be back in a moment. Because I need to think if I'm actually happy with this description. It's like kind of, sort of, yes, no, maybe. So, yeah, let me grab some tea and then I will get back to this. I also just learned that it is downpouring out there. I went outside briefly. I should actually get my face cam set up again. I bought a mount so I could put the phone up for it, but my room looks like a bomb hit it right now. It's still half boxes and just clothes everywhere, so I don't really want to put it up. Okay, so You know what? Hold on. I think I can actually do this a lot better. You know, I let me put this down here. I think we can make this description a lot shorter now that I think about it. Each layer represents how internet traffic is routed from the local segment, starting at layer 2, routed via from point to point. The layer 1 defines the physical layer, aka the Ethernet cable that connects, or Wi-Fi network that connects my computer to the router. Layer 2 defines how network devices talk on the local segment. After all, while layer 3 handles routing information. No, I kind of hate that. The bottom, top, layer 7, which is the application layer. This is essentially your web browser, or YouTube itself is an example of a layer 7 example of what exists on layer 7. It's an application that runs over the internet. Going down the layers of the stack, we have things like the transport deal with the individual building blocks that create the modern internet. For this video, we care mostly about layers 2 and 3. Which are layers 1, 2, and 3, which represent the network, data link, and physical layers. Or in other words, how network traffic is routed, such as how two network segments coordinate with each other, of IP packets, while layer 2 consists of 802.11. I don't think it, what's the actual name of the layer 2 protocol? Like, I've heard the term EtherTalk used, but I don't think that's what it's actually called. Evolution frame structure. Here we go. Ethernet frame. (8023) Ethernet frames, and layer 1 either takes the form of a wired Ethernet connection or a 802.11 Wi-Fi network. I don't think I need to actually mention how TCP works. I don't want this to be overwhelming. Understanding layer or an 802.11 Wi-Fi network. Yeah, I think that's actually a decent summary of how Humpty Dumpty actually goes together. Like, I think we basically described the OSI stack. Prep. In older networks, layers 1 and 2 used to have a lot more variety. For example, IBM's token ring used their own standards for their own cabling standards, as well as link topography layout. However, from the perspective of a user accessing the internet via a web page via token ring via a token ring network was no different than accessing one over Ethernet or Wi-Fi. The same is true for things like SLIP and PPP connections that were commonly used over dial-up or point-to-point serial links. However, none of these protocols had to meet requirements as set forth in had to meet requirements as far as I actually don't want to say that because I have to think about that thus. 802.11 operates in the unlicensed part of the 2.4 gigahertz spectrum. So yeah, there is actually no requirement on Wi-Fi that when you run Wi-Fi normally, if I'm running it as an amateur radio thing, this is different. But for an end user, there's no requirement that a Wi-Fi base station actually identifies itself. You can turn off the SSID. If you're doing this, so if you're doing amateur radio, if you're running your Wi-Fi router as an amateur radio link, which means you can go from, I believe, 500 milliwatts to 1,500 kilowatts, you do have to meet these requirements because now you're operating, you've gone from Part 15 operation to Part 97 operation. Oh, and there's stuff in chat. Let's see here. The cool thing about AX.25, I've never actually seen X.25 used in the wild. Obviously, we've interacted with it as human beings. Like, I believe ATMs was like another, like automatic teller machines were one of the places X.25 has been used pretty consistently. I don't know how much it's actually used in banking. The most common use case in this day and age is in aviation. But I've never actually seen the details of how that all goes together. It is also possible to transport IP packets over X.25, so realistically speaking, what's the difference? I mean, TCP/IP over X.25 would be an ISDN connection. ISDN wasn't unheard of in North America, but it was really only common in Europe. Like ISDN, I think AT&T offered it to business users, but it wasn't common. It was more common to have lease lines here, but again, same. You would have, same principles apply. All right. However, none of these layer 2 protocols do not meet the features that make their operate. Furthermore, when dealing with either wired connections or devices operating under Part 15, I think it's hold on, what actually governs Wi-Fi? So FCC, all stuff's under Title 47. I just don't remember where it actually is freaking defined. There is a section of this that, I think it's... Here it is. Yay, a PowerPoint document from the FCC. This is actually useful. Okay, so Part 15, unintentional radiators, because Part 15 deals with basically anything that uses electricity will have a Part 15 thingy on it. But Part 15, I don't think defines what how Wi-Fi works. Or not how Wi-Fi, but the rules that it actually can operate under. Scanning receivers. Part 11 decoders is low power FM and TV. We don't care about that. Part 16. Consumer ISM devices. ISM is 900. Well, ISM covers multiple things. The ISM band is 800 to 900 megahertz, but let's see what the federal government actually has to say on this. Electromagnetic energy at any frequency from 9 kilohertz to 3 terahertz, blah, 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 blah. Consumer ISM equipment, general public in a residential environment. Microwave ovens, jewelry cleaners for home use. That is a really weird example. All right, so what does it actually say about the frequency bands? Yeah, so 2.4 gigahertz and 5.8 gigahertz. So yeah, it does actually operate under the ISM rules. I actually have never looked up the actual legal text for Wi-Fi. I've read Part 97 multiple times, but I've never actually had a reason to look at this. So yeah, I guess it's FCC. It would be Title 47, Part 18 would actually be the part I care about. Or operating under Title 47, Part 18 of the FCC's regulations for wireless devices. There are no legal requirements as far as station identification or how the types of information that can be transported. Furthermore, over them. This is not true for amateur radio operators who operate under an entirely different set of rules known as Part 97. I think it's a little bit awkward. However, traditional normal consumer in general, these types of networks have no direct are what are known Oh, that's a Daft Duck. That actually sounds really good. Takes the form of a wired or well, here I have wired Ethernet connection or not. Receive amplifier harmonic radiation for monitoring TV sets. Yeah, James Lynch. There's an entire thing known as Tempest for the federal government that deals with RF shielding, because it is actually possible. I don't know. I'm assuming you can do it with LCDs, but I know for a fact you can do it with CRTs. That you can actually pick up the radiation from the electron gun in a CRT and recreate the image by just listening to the interference it generates as a normal byproduct as a rule. This is why equipment used for classified information, as well as many other things, has to meet what's known as a DoD specification called Tempest, which deals with shielding these devices to prevent someone of a radio receiver and too much free time to decode them, or to prevent nation-state actors from doing the same thing. It is actually a real concern in national security. So that's I'm not sure if I want to bring up Tempest. Like, half the thing is I've learned is don't make your videos ramble. Like, be short and sweet to the point. Yeah, so let me actually switch this on. Layer 1 takes the form of it. Layer 2 takes the form of 802.3 Ethernet frames, which are identical between Wi-Fi and wired connections, while layer 3 is typically used by contains the actual IP packet, including both the source and destination IP addresses. Yeah. However, this is only a... However, it is entirely possible to route. However, each part of this stack can be interchanged to some extent. For example, both home and business markets. For businesses was a common early networking choice. Consumers, meanwhile, were a frequent user of early link topology. Do I want to go with I think actually mention the same can be said for Apple's AppleTalk protocol, which in its early days were carried. I'm just gonna say out. Well, the thing is that AppleTalk never carried. Wait, before I actually say that sentence, I don't think Mac TCP provided a way to send TCP IP frames over AppleTalk. There's no actual reason why it couldn't. I just don't think anyone actually did it. If you used a Mac in the 80s or 90s, for example, you likely used Apple's own layer, low-layer networking protocol known as AppleTalk, which was originally, meanwhile, many businesses adopted IBM's token ring. Adopted token ring, which itself was an early competitor to Ethernet. Same can be said for downloading a file from a file share for AppleTalk. I actually think that works because most people, I'm assuming that most people watching my videos will understand what AppleTalk and Token Ring were. AX.25 falls into a similar category protocols. Although it has unique features that make it much easier to comply with what are known as Part 97 regulations. After all, consumer Wi-Fi doesn't require a license, Conversely, it's limited to low power. AX.25, meanwhile, assuming I don't think I actually need to go into the regs here, aside from mentioning part 97. Which, among other things, includes a requirement for one's call sign to be a part of these transmissions in one form or another. It's here where we reach our first major departure of what makes AX.25 such a unique beast. I really do feel like I'm going down a rabbit hole with this. Set forth by both international treaty and for myself, and at least in the United States, I kind of enjoy that. That everyone, it is actually true. Amateur radio was actually, I don't want to use the term popular in communist countries, but it wasn't unheard of. My father is actually from Cuba. He was part of the first group of people that fled the island when Castro took power. And he actually remembers as a kid that he would actually occasionally be able to go to the radio club in. I don't know if there was one in his hometown, but there was almost certainly one in Havana, and see people operating under Cuba's prefix, which is Charlie Oscar, not Charlie Zero. In communist countries, it was largely considered a type of sport, and so what you would actually do is it's probably one of the very few times where mail between a U.S. citizen and at the time it would have been a Soviet national would actually be sent and transceived in the form of QSL cards, because that's how you confirm that the signal report actually went through. So it really is quite fascinating at just how widespread it is. In some ways, amateur radio has both grown and shrunk, because it's gotten easier to get on air, but not a lot of people are getting their licenses anymore. The average age of an operator is 70, which is not exactly a healthy place for the hobby to be. Yeah. However, this implementation isn't. In fact, it had bit rotted so severely that from when did Linux 3.0 come out? From at least 2011 and until relatively recently, the Kernel AX.25 stack was known to cause kernel panics, was known to reliably cause systems to kernel panic. Instead, amateurs typically use third-party users applications, even on Linux, to generate and transmit AX.25 frames. To understand why that is, we need to talk about what AX.25 actually is under the hood, and then work our way. What does OSI stand for? It's OSI's model of how data protocols interact to form the modern But realistically, it's any method of connecting 2 points together. Moving up the stack, Layer 2 protocols are almost always local and are not routed. They essentially act as carriers within a small area to help facilitate within a small area. Yeah, actual packet and routing information. Unique identifiers encoded in hardware. AX.25 frames are addressed to a specific call sign. In this example, and are combined with an SSID, which functions as a port number. For one AX.25, both a layer 2 and layer 3 protocol, and defines both a, I don't want to say unicast, because unicast is not the word you use here. Port number. As you can see here in this Wireshark, in this packet trace, my call sign, A2JRT, exists in both the source and destination field, with 2 machines being on 2 different SSIDs. This allows AX.25 to meet trivially meet one of the legal requirements for transmitting on licensed radio bands. Every station must identify itself either in band or via Morse or via beacon or via an out of band method. I don't want to use the term in band because that actually has different connotations over radio than it does in a protocol. Either in the transmission protocol itself or via a separate transmission in Morse code. These identification requirements I can just leave it at this. As such, when using AX.25 as a data transport over amateur radio, in most cases, because I have actually fallen into this, in most cases, Operators do not need to worry about station identifiers unless they're one of the unfortunate few who have a call sign longer than 6 characters. This really sucked for me when I was up in Canada. That is actually a real that is actually a real problem I ran into. Because in Canada I have to put a or after all, one are legally required to transmit a prefix or suffix with their call sign. If you know All right, let me add some notes on how I actually want to edit this up. I should almost, I feel like with subtitle layer 1 connections out of my router. I'm actually going to say British Columbia because technically Canada, Columbia. Station identification. So I think that actually covers like the entire introduction section, because that describes what AX25 is. It tells about the different layers. However, to the network address to the MAC address address to I also wonder if I should do this like as a blender thing. And actually, I almost might, because I think that worked actually pretty well in the Sun PCI video. Because then I can basically just place everything down and then rotate the camera. All right, so I talk about one of the main things of what AX25 is and does. So, how many words is this thus far? Like, do I have a word? I'm pretty sure I have a word count somewhere. If I want a terminal, where do I... Come on. Terminal. Terminal. Is it -W for words? I think, yeah. $1,755. So that's probably about 10 minutes of footage right there. I mean, I could do a test recording and just see how long this works out to be. I'm a little stumped on where to go from here. Also, it sounds like my NAS just decided to run its monthly scrub because I just heard all the hard drives spin up and it's just going next to me. I think I'm going to save that for like a list of problems. Like I said, I want to keep this moving and flowing basically as quickly as possible. Voice. Transmitted. Transmit. Let's see. honestly, I'm tempted to just... Do I have Audacity installed? I should have Audacity installed. I do have Audacity installed. I think I'm going to do a quick read through this and see how it actually comes out. Let me take a brief break and then, let me just stretch my legs for a bit and then let me actually start recording stuff in Audacity and let me just see how it comes out, because that'll give me an idea of where I am in terms of timing. I'm aiming for about 20 minutes, but it may be longer than that. And I have killed this picture of tea, but let's record. Let's just record and go for it. I'm hoping this will work. I mean, there's no reason why multiple applications should be able to grab the mic. What are you listening to? Just switch that. There are no doubt a lot of parts of the... Nope, that is not recording. Why are you not recording? You know what, let's try that. There are no doubt... Okay. Modern microphone. Testing 1, 2. Why are you not recording? There's no way that this is completely tying up my mic. I thought multiple devices can listen to a microphone. Testing. Oh, okay. Well, now that works. There are probably... There are no doubt a lot of parts of the Linux kernel that are rarely used. However, one of the least loved subsystems is AX.25. You've probably seen it if you've ever built a Linux kernel from scratch. It's listed in the network section, but beyond that, you'd be hard-pressed to find any expert who could tell you more. There are no doubt a lot of parts of the Linux kernel that are... Okay. A Google search will no doubt turn up this document, the Linux AX.25 How-To, which has the distinction of being the only comprehensive documentation about Linux's AX.25 stack, which also has the unfortunate property that it was last updated in 2003. That's always a good sign when we're talking about well-maintained systems with no bugs whatsoever, right? This how-to also has the unique distinction of being a well-written technical document with the unfortunate downtick of including almost no information on what AX.25 is, why you might want to use it, or more. That's unfortunate because a case can be made that AX.25 is tied to the earliest history of the internet. It was, in fact, the transport layer used in the brief period actually, you know what? I think this sentence needs to go up here. So I want to cut that sentence out of the recording. Is can I normalize you? 25 is tied to the earliest history. That's unfortunate. One might think that AX.25 is simply a number. One might think then that AX.25 is simply a number of One might think that AX.25 is simply a number of forgotten. One might think that AX.25 is simply one of a number of forgotten, obsolete, or transport layers such as IPX, DECnet, AppleTag. All right, you know what? I'm going to just change that sentence. Is simply a member, simply another member of the large collection of network protocols whose time has come and gone. However, the truth is quite a bit more complicated than that. This is especially true since AX.25 itself in fact, TCP/IP was used on APRNet for nearly 2 years before APRNet's flag day switched from its original network control protocol to what would become the cornerstone of the modern internet. Prior to its adoption, prior to ARPANET switching from from its own network control protocol tied to the early history. Most people don't know that TCP/IP itself was originally used on ARPANET before being adopted. How do I word this? Tied to the history. After all, TCP/IP started ARPANET I'm not actually sure it was used on amateur radio. I know it was used on radio networks in the form of, I'm going to say on radio networks prior to its before ARPANET switched over to using it full time. Even now, as a legacy of this, amateur radio operators as a whole own part were assigned a Class A network. To help facilitate this. Now, I think I can just leave it there. As such, it would be easy to say that as technology evolved, AX.25 simply got left by the wayside. However, on ARPANET, a contemporary computer network that ran in parallel to ARPANET a period of 2 years. Justly true history. TCP itself was first tested on APRNet to DARPA's ARPANET. In fact, APRNet usage of TCP/IP predates ARPANETs by nearly a period of 2 years. However, one might think that since AX.25 has disappeared, it's largely disappeared in the decades since, it would be easy to think that it was just another obsolete protocol like ARPANET's NCP. Earlier. Want to use it or more. One might think that AX.25 is simply another member of the large collection of network protocols whose time has come and gone. However, the truth is a bit more complicated than that. This is especially true since AX.25 is tied to the earliest history of the Internet. TCP/IP itself was first tested on APRNet, a contemporary computer network that ran in parallel to DARPA's ARPANET and used AX.25 as a transport. In fact, APRNet's usage of TCP/IP predates ARPANET by nearly a period of 2 years. However, one might think that since AX.25 has largely disappeared in the decades since, it would be easy to think that it was just another obsolete protocol like ARPANET's NCP. And we'll just kind of leave that as is. However, that's a little bit of an oversimplification. After all, I used AX.25 frames to communicate with the International Space Station earlier this year, and it's still commonly used by a small niche of users for transporting data in cases where AX.25 makes it easier to meet certain legal requirements set forth both in international treaty and, at least in the United States, by the Federal Communications Commission. However, that's a little bit of an oversimplification. Can I just normalize this, please? Special. Normalize. There are no doubt a lot of parts of the Linux kernel set forth both in international treaty and, at least in the United States, by the Federal Communications Commission. Okay. Before we get into that, though, let's start, as always, with the basics. AX.25 is a modified version of the X.25 protocol. X.25 itself was a standard created by the International Telegraph and X.25 itself was a standard created by the International Telegraph and Telephone Consultative Committee in 1976. It defines a standard for packet switch data over wide area distances. Without going down the telephony rabbit hole, it's a standard for routing data messages from system to system, with the most common uses being phone services and ISDN connections. While it's declined in recent years due to the rise of the internet, X.25 is still commonly used in industry and especially in aviation. I'm going to save this because I have a bad... I've seen Audacity crash, and I really just don't want to have that happen. So let me make a new folder. Okay. Conversely, AX.25 is an adaptation to make X.25 viable in what can only be described as the opposite of a professional telephony environment. After all, who needs professionals when the world is filled with danger? I don't know if I should say dangerous or licensed amateur radio operators. Because I kind of like the idea of there's nothing more dangerous to a professional than an amateur. And I kind of want to make an allusion to that, but I also don't want to make it sound like I'm being like an ass. I probably could. I have to think about that one. I really need to, after all. Who needs highly trained professionals when the world is filled with licensed... I kind of like that, but hold on. I have to think about it. I actually do need to think about this for a moment. You know what? Bored amateur radio operators. Screw it. I'm just going to say license because I think it's actually funny because you're essentially getting a license to be an unprofessional. That is sort of how amateur radio works. If you actually look at the requirements for an FCC ham ticket and then you compare it to what's... I think the general license from the SEC is like the General Radio Operations Telemetry or General Radio Operator License, which is what's used for commercial and military. The requirements are a completely different thing. Who know just, you know what? Who know just enough to be dangerous to the RF spectrum. Who are happy to repurpose anything they can get their who needs highly filled with dangerous layer. I think it's NA7QA. Was the absolute first one, I believe it was NA7A, but I want to confirm that call sign before I actually say it that. I believe it was a 7 call sign, though. Oh, no, it was... I was close. Written by Kilo Alpha 9Q. And when was this first released? I actually, does that predate the when was Berkeley's TCP/IP stack? Because that was the one everyone copied. BSD 4.2 was the first one to actually ship it, but it didn't actually work until 4.3. Releases, come on. So 4.3 was 86. When was 4.2 released? Because I know 4.2 has networking. Outside of Berkeley, you know what? Outside of Berkeley, Unix was. Yeah, I think I can just leave it at that. After all, one of the first. first. I feel like I feel like KA9Q. Well, I should actually say it was written by Phil Karn, also known as yeah, he's actually still alive, shockingly. I Well, actually, it started life on CPM. CPM and MS-DOS was also unique. Honestly, I think that's just good enough. So where did I leave the recording off at? X.25 is still commonly used in industry and especially in aviation. All right. After all, one of the first TCP IP stacks for CPM and MS-DOS was written by Phil Karn, also known as KA9Q, in 1985. TCP IP stacks for CPM and... Wait, I think I've skipped a sentence. After all, one of the first... Yeah, I did skip a sentence. Conversely, AX.25 is an adaptation to make X.25 viable in what can only be described as the opposite of a professional telephony environment. After all, who needs highly trained professionals when the world is filled with light... You know what? No, I think I am actually going to just leave that as is. Like, every time I think of changing it... Conversely, AX.25 is an adaptation to make X.25 viable in what can be only described as the opposite of a professional telephony environment. After all, who needs highly trained professionals when the world is filled with licensed amateur radio operators? After all, actually, you know what? That's two after alls. Fact. All. After all. After all, who needs... Can I zoom in, please? After all, who needs highly trained professional when the world is filled with licensed amateur radio operators equipped with C compilers? This is, after all, where one of the first TCP/IP stacks for CP/M and MS-DOS came from. It was written by Phil Karn, also known as KA9Q, in 1985 and supports both AX.25, TCP/IP, and much more right out of the box. It even came with free source code. It even came with the source code included in the box. Much more right out of the box. You know, I think I can just leave that there. I don't think I need to include that part. This is your host, KD2JRT, also known as NCommander, and welcome to a amateur... Blah. So, that's right. You've actually been watching an amateur radio video and not a Linux one. Brought to you watching an amateur radio video. This one. But don't worry. That said, I kind of like the idea of varying my normal greeting because I always have, this is your host, NCommander, and I always sign out my videos. Okay. I actually know very little about the culture of CB radio. I've never actually owned a CB radio. When I always was interested, when I was a kid, my father and I bought a shortwave radio kit from Radio Shack back when they actually used to sell radios and assembled it. Neither of my parents were licensed operators, although, as I mentioned earlier, my father had memories of going to radio clubs in Cuba before he arrived in the United States. So he's at least familiar with it to some extent, although he never got licensed. Although his gift this year was actually the ARRL Technician Handbook, so maybe he will get his call sign. If you know, regardless, like there is actually a second thing that I'm going to be working on is I'm going to just take a little break here because my brain is kind of um I've actually been teaching a new ham how to get on air. It's actually why I was up in Vancouver. Someone I've known for a long time decided to get their call sign Victor Alpha 7 Indigo Alpha Indigo. I was actually up in Vancouver helping them because when I got my license, I actually got a fair bit of help from the Reddit amateur radio community, and I've always been a big fan of playing those sorts of things forward. And realistically, from I already knew them, so it's not like I'm not going to pass up an excuse to go up to Vancouver and hang out for a while. But helping getting someone on air is always kind of a magical thing. I've always enjoyed teaching. I don't get a lot of chances to do it, and unfortunately it wasn't a viable career profession because of my health issues. I struggled enough as a student because I couldn't stay awake in classes. But that's life with a sleep disorder. You make life out, yeah, but I've learned to make life out of lemonades. So where was I here? More right out of the box. It's here where I need to come clean with you. This is actually an amateur radio video masquerading as a Linux one, brought to you by your local operator, Oh god, I said my call sign wrong. Brought to you by your local operator, KD2JRT, who is sometimes known as N Commander. However, before you all run away screaming, I promise to protocol nerds, history lovers, and Linux fans alike will find something here that they'll all enjoy, even if you don't care a bit about radio. Ed, well, let's be honest. You can't. I was about to say you can't send a Wi-Fi signal to the moon, but technically that's not actually true. You can't send spread spectrum at. I believe the amateur radio limit actually tops out at 25 watts, but you could send 802.3 frames to the moon. Actually, you could actually send AmperNet frames to the moon and back. If you send it with enough power, it should be decodable. The problem is you have to beat the negative 240 decibel noise loss, which either means you need enough power. I was about to make a blasphemous comment, but let me put it like this. You need enough power that the local power companies go, whoa, what are you doing there? Because realistically, it takes... You can do it on 100 watts with the right antenna setup, but realistically, if you want to do all modes using the moon as a radio reflector, we are talking about literal kilowatts of power and speed of light delay. If you don't care a bit about radio. I promise to protocol nerds, history lovers, and Linux fans. I really don't love the acoustics of the new place. I mean, I don't think it's bad per se, but I do have a bit of an echo in here. And this room is kind of large that putting up a lot of acoustic tiles is going to kind of suck. I'm just going to have to deal with it, aren't I? Now, with that said, let's talk about radio, or at least the parts you need to understand what Now, with that said, let's talk about radio, or at least the parts you need to know to understand what AX25 is all about. This is a map of the radio spectrum and how it's allocated. For those uninitiated in the ancient art of turning EM noise into EM signal, amateur radio, as well as radio as a whole, is a licensed service and is regulated under both international treaty and... For those uninitiated in the ancient art of making... For those uninitiated in the ancient art of making... that explains the problem. I have an extra word there. For those uninitiated in the ancient art of turning EM noise into EM signal, amateur radio, as well as radio as a whole, is a licensed service and is regulated under both international treaty and local national governments. Actually, that should be individual and individual national governments. Here in the United States, it falls under the purview of the FCC. Radio spectrum is a shared resource in our world, and the amateur bands are small pieces of spectrum that members of the general public can, with a license, legally transmit with kilowatts of power. All countries in the world, with the exceptions of North Korea and Yemen, at least provide some provisions for their own citizens to be licensed. Having a license lets you do some really cool things. For example, I have used my license to make contact with the International Space Station. Furthermore, data packets sent to the ISS's digipeater are AX25 frames, showing that while it's largely disappeared from the public internet, AX25 is still regularly used by amateur operators all around the world. Or other rare and specific. Ooh, sorry, that's my stomach. That is to say, unlike... However, while AX25 is still used, the Linux kernel... However, while AX25 is still used... However, while the AX25... However, while AX25 is still used, the Linux kernel's implementation isn't. Instead, amateurs typically use third-party userland applications, even on Linux, to generate and transmit AX25 frames. To understand why that is, we need to talk about what AX25 actually is under the hood, and then work our way up from there. All right, I think we're actually getting, I actually do feel like I'm getting somewhere with this. So. So, let's break it down. Before we get into AX25 itself, let's first look at how data packets are transported over Ethernet. This is the OSI model of how data protocols interact to form the modern internet. In effect, each layer represents how internet traffic gets from point to point. At the top, we have layer 7, which is the application layer. YouTube itself is an example of what exists on layer 7. It's an application that runs over the internet. Going down the layers of the stack, we deal with the individual building blocks that create the modern internet. For understanding AX25, we mostly care about layers 1, 2, and 3, which represent the... Oh, that's back to front. For understanding AX25, we mostly care about layers 1, 2, and 3, which represent the physical, data link, and network layers of a given network. Or, in other words, how network traffic is routed, how two devices in the network... Oh, and that needs to be switched around as well. Or... For understanding the modern internet. For understanding AX25, which represent the physical, data link, and network layers of a given network. Or, in other words, how they're physically plugged in, how devices in a network segment coordinate with each other, and how traffic is routed between individual segments. For a typical home internet connection, Layer 1 either takes the form of a wired Ethernet connection or an 802.11 Wi Fi network, but realistically, it's any method of connecting 2 points together. Moving up the stack, Layer 2 takes the form of 802.3 Ethernet frames, which are identical between Wi Fi and wired connections. Layer 2 protocols are almost always local and are not routed, and if we look closely, we can see that 802.11 frames are addressed to the medium access control address or MAC address of a given interface. Layer 2 protocols essentially act within carriers within a small area, while Layer 2 protocols essentially act as carriers within a small area, while Layer 3 contains the actual IP packet and routing information, including both the source and destination IP addresses. However, each part of the stack can be interchanged to some extent. For example, Layers 1 and 2 used to have a lot more variety in both home and businesses market. Used to have a lot more variety in both home and business markets. For example, if you used a Mac in the 80s or 90s, you likely used Apple's own low-layer network protocol known as AppleTalk. Meanwhile, many businesses adopted Token Ring, which itself was an early competitor to Ethernet. However, from the perspective of a user, accessing a web server via Token Ring network is no different than accessing one over Ethernet or Wi-Fi. The same can be said for downloading a file from a file share over AppleTalk instead of one over SMB or NFS. However, these protocols do not contain unique features that make it easy to comply with the corpus of laws and regulations that oversee amateur radio operation. These rules, which in the United States is known as Part 97, define what you can and can't do over amateur radio links, which, among other things, includes a requirement for one's call sign to be a part of these transmissions in one form or another. Define what you can legally as Part 97. Define what you can these rules These rules, which in the United States are known as Part 97, define what you can legally These rules, which in the United States are known as Part 97, define what you legally can and can't do over amateur radio links, which, among other things, includes a requirement for one's call sign to be a part of these transmissions in one form or another. I think I'm going to split this into two videos. I actually think I will split this into two videos. I think I'm going to have one talking about the AX25 itself, and then I'm going to split the second part into actually running a BBS. Let me finish recording out this section, and I need to think about what I actually want to do with this in one form or another. It's here where we reach our first major departure of what makes AX25 such a unique beast. For one, AX25 is both a Layer 2 and Layer 3 protocol. X25. Yeah, the second part's going to be a tease. I have to actually look at the specific laws. This is a case where what I need to do, I have to make sure I'm complying. There's something in amateur radio what's called third-party communications. It involves anything between communications between a licensed amateur and someone who does not own a license. The typical use case is if I were to transmit a message from myself to a Canadian amateur, that Canadian ham cannot legally relay my message to an unlicensed operator unless there's a specific agreement in place between the United States and Canada. Most countries actually disallow any communication between licensed operators and unlicensed operators. The United States is an exception to this. The United States only requires one side of the conversation to be licensed as long as the other side is not actually on the radio. This is a rule that basically goes to what are known as auto patch systems because it is legal to connect a phone switchboard to an amateur radio repeater system and then place a phone call to an unlicensed an unlicensed operator. The same also applies to sending an email from either APRS or WinLink to the general public. I have to actually look at what the specific rules here involve because I might have to split this into two packet BBSs. I might need one for licensed amateurs and then ones for members of the general public to actually use. I'm not even sure if I can route general internet IP traffic from non-licensed hams. What I would end up doing is just because if I set up the packet BBS correctly, I can put it on the Portland VHF frequency net. I could actually put it on HF or high frequency, which would increase my transmission range from 50 miles. Well, it would start at 500 and go up. HF can literally cover transatlantic and transcontinental distances. And I could also route it through 44net, which means because I have a block of public IP addresses. It's entirely designed for this, for interconnecting radio gear to the public internet. And itself is actually a holdover because amateur radio operation of the internet predates RFC 1918. We were assigned a Class A address space from the predecessor of IANA. It wasn't IANA at the time. It's now administered by ARIN and then has since been split in half with the bottom half of the 44net being sold off to Amazon and the money from that actually being used to fund development of the Linux AX.25 stack and other similar things. There was a lot of controversy when that sale went through, but it's done and dusted at this point. I am going to tease the second part. I probably will produce both parts back to back, and then I will release them a month apart to the public. So the first part will go out. The second part will stay members Patreon exclusive for a month, and then that will go out. Because I'm already seeing that I've got more than what I want to cover in 20 minutes. I also am curious if I can route AX.25 frames through Echolink. I have never tried. It may or may not work. It depends on what the compression is on Echolink. All-Star Link, which is basically the same thing but asterisk, should theoretically have enough bandwidth in its codecs that it won't chew through a frame, but I don't know that for a fact. I have never tested it. And realistically speaking, if I want to do this the way I want to do it, I'm going to have to set up quite a bit more gear. So before I get to that, yeah, all right. So let me finish this recording and then let me get back to what is actually my
Layer
thought.
2 and Layer 3 protocol.
All right, so that's sentence.
For one, AX.25 unique beast. For one, makes AX.25 such a unique beast.
Instead of using unique identifiers encoded in hardware, AX25 frames are addressed to a specific call sign and are combined with an SSID, which functions as a port number. As you can see here in this Wireshark packet trace, my call sign KD2JRT exists in the KD2JRT. As you can see here in this Wireshark packet trace, my call sign As you can see here in this Wireshark packet trace, my call sign KD2JRT exists in both the source and destination field, with two machines being on two different SSIDs. This allows AX25 to trivially meet one of the legal requirements for transmission on licensed radio bands. Every station must identify itself at regular intervals, either in the transmission protocol itself or via a separate transmission in Morse code on the same frequency band. Technically, you can do it by voice, but amateur Morse code is actually considered the de facto standard. If you're basically using a non-standard protocol, it's generally expected that you'll bleep out your call sign in Morse. Furthermore, AX25 is both a layer 2 and layer 3 protocol with awareness of how its typical layer 1 medium works. As such, it includes both a form of frame routing known as a repeater path and has an optional and largely obsolete add-on protocol optional and largely obsolete add-on protocols known as RAWs and has optional and largely obsolete add-on protocols known as ROWs and NetROM for handling more complex routing scenarios. All right. I'm going to take a 5-minute break here because I kind of need to think about what I'm going to do with this. I want this video to be about 20 minutes long, and then I will probably and then we'll have a part 2. So let me stretch my legs for a bit, and then I'll get back to this. Okay. All right. So let me actually, before I write any more, let me actually brainstorm out what else I want to cover, because this basically handles the prelude, and we are 9 minutes in, and we haven't actually done anything technical. So let me actually just structure out the actual video and make sure the timings look good. So video structure. So I think part one makes sense on walking through setting up the kernel stack and ending it with bleeping packets from a Baofeng radio to my base station. I think part two is going to cover setting up a packet BBS. Technically speaking, I want to be on 30 meters for this, but I don't have a 30-meter antenna. I just built a 40-meter HF one. I'm not going to worry about that because I don't have the antenna up right now, so I'm getting ahead of myself. Actually, you know what? I have a better one. I think the ISS digipeater is back up. It was off for a few weeks. Is ARS... when was the last time anything's been heard? Like when... Let me see when the last time the digipeater was up and running. Because they don't always have it turned on the ISS. It was last heard 8 hours ago. Current status of amateur radio. It's actually supposedly, it is supposedly configured and running for packet operations. I guess not many stations are currently listening for it. Actually, speaking of which, where is the space station right now? Like, if it's about to fly overhead, I might as well try and listen for it. 3 hours. All passes. Well, that's shit and garbage. I'm looking. Yeah, let's see here. ISS. I might actually be able to work that pass. It's my antenna basically here. If here's the this is where the house is. My antenna basically points roughly this way, and it hears ISS mostly as it flies over Washington. So in theory, I should hear it in that pass is going to be too low. That one might work. It's a little close, so the takeoff angle's kind of shit for me. And that one I can't listen to. It has to be in North. Well, I can listen to it. I won't hear it. It won't hear me because I'm facing in the wrong direction. I'm trying to think if this is the way I actually want to do it or not. All right. Let's keep writing. Let me see where I actually end up with this. All right. So. Software forms. right, so how do I actually... So that's the technical background. Let's actually do something with it. I gotta figure out how I want to introduce modulations and such. Ugh. TNCs also come in both hardware and software varieties, and but both generally operate in the same way. They present a shared interface, take binary data in and encode them in a specified modulation. For example, traditional amateur packet operations on the 2-meter band take the form of audio frequency AFK decoding transmitted baud. Conversely, which itself are simply modified AX.25 frames. The same listens for and then transmit both receive listens the radio channel and handle the actual encoding and decoding of binary data. Direwolf then provides a network interface in which other applications can connect to. This is Xastir, an APRS client for Linux. We can configure it to connect to Direwolf and thus receive any decoded AX.25 packets and plot an APRS client for Windows. APRS. I wonder if I need to talk about APRS. I mean, there's actually more problems with the AX.25 stack in Linux. We've discovered that it has race conditions. It does not work. If you try running it over Ethernet, you get some really fascinating failure modes. I'm currently debating if I... National APRS frequency, we can see packets being decoded in real time, while APRS is slightly I think I need to talk a little bit about APRS. However, we're going to need an application to actually show how this works. Thus, let me introduce Xastir, an APRS client for Linux. APRS is the automatic packet reporting system and is a de facto mesh network built around amateur radio, built for transmitting location reports and short messages from point to point. Each APRS message is an 8x25 frame with no specified destination. The network works. Essentially, APRS frames transmitted to the equivalent of 255, 255, 255, 0. I don't want to say the term broadcast address because it doesn't work that way in radio. Yeah, I mean APRS. One of the things I I want to work on as a side project is I actually want a way to be able to transmit binary files, or at least large text files, over APRS without interfering with the rest of the network, because it is AX25 frames. And honestly, there's been a lot of advancement in how radio works and forms of timing, to the point that I feel like I think the biggest problem with packet radio is that it's always historically been point to point. I think that's more going to be a part 2 topic, but because let's be honest, this is a pretty, even by the standards of my channel, this is an esoteric one. Overloading the audience with too much information is a bad thing, but I probably will edit this all together into like a movie. And also, I am writing in the wrong section of this document. This needs to go. See if we're trying. All right, so that covers Xastir. Same for transmission. With a combination of direwolf, my radio, Xastir, my radio, Xastir, and direwolf that allowed to make contact with the International Space Station. I simply had to wait until the station was overhead and then transmit on its frequency band. It's digipeater. Actually, I think I need to talk a bit more about this. However, and sends it. Honestly, I think I might call this using the Linux kernel to talk to the how do I want? I think I should also talk about digipeating. Okay. Act of a third-party station taking your message and retransmitting it another hop in the network, increasing both its range and transmission power. It's through digipeating. This network of digipeaters then helps to create a local network, a singular, how do I want to describe this? Essentially, it's a router for packet radio, albeit one that operates. I can just say, like, this is not supposed to be a deep dive into amateur radio because, like I said, I may end up taking the channel there in time. It kind of boils down to how well this video comes out. That is actually a real thing. Horse, you can't support for the Linux kernel on 386 was dropped decades ago. Only early 2.6 kernels will boot on a 386. Modern kernels will run on a 486, however. Although you have to specifically configure it. I actually have a video about running modern Linux kernels on a 486. It was 2 live streams. So if you look in my archives, you can find it. I think that this demonstrates one of the features of AX.25 as a layer 2 protocol. It, unlike Ethernet, can be routed. Did I talk about that up here? Or, this should be section 2, not part 2. I wonder if I should also include a note that this can it also should be noted that while for this I don't know if I should talk about AX.25 being used on low raw. So this cover. So now I'm covering digipeating and I don't know. Yeah, I don't think I need to mention that because I have no way of demonstrating low raw. I don't have the hardware, and um, yeah, screw it. First, sphere. I think I can just say I need to say after all. ISS to come to me since I don't have a spare rocket to go to them. As ISS flies overhead, the digipeater on the space station relays any packets it herds back to Earth. In effect, so this also allows my VHF transmission range to go from its normal maximum 50 miles to approximately 1,200 to 1,600 miles. Because space is awesome. Normal maximum of 500. Back to Earth. This also allows my... Finally, I have to set my repeater path. Now we've... So now we've done it the modern way, let's do it the shitty way. Yeah. So now we've done it the modern way, let's do it the shitty way. I actually am probably going to have to try and reproduce that kernel crash. It shouldn't be hard. Like, I could probably load up an old copy of Debian and see if it crashes and burns. I type RDAC and I get the Illinois Supreme Court. Attorney Registration and Disciplinary Commission. Okay, so that's an acronym collision. Here we go. Administrate the amateur radio allocation. IP addresses has funded new development, which has at least brought the kernel stack from broken to I am actually I think I am going to have to figure out when it broke. All right. Let me think about. I got to think about where I'm going next with this, and then I'll come back to this. I'm going to take a brief break. I'll be back in about 5 minutes, if that. Because you know what? I actually have to fill up this tea pitcher, so I always have fresh tea available. So let me do that. I'm back. Hey, X. Sorry, I was AFK for a moment. I'm script writing and basically getting all my thoughts together on the Kernel AX.25. My God, I've been at this for 4 hours. How have I been at this for 4 hours? Sorry, I'm kind of mentally thinking of where I go from here. Maybe I should just record this segment because that's actually a fair. Yeah, you know what? I think that's exactly what I'm going to do. Let me start a new recording. Put the mic in the right place. So that's the technical background. Let's actually do something with it. As I stated before, the Kernel AX.25 stack isn't widely used for a few reasons, so let me start by showing how most hams actually transmit data. So let me start with showing how most hams actually transmit data packets, and that starts with this, a terminal node controller, or TNC. TNCs come in both hardware and software varieties, but both generally operate in the same way. They take binary data in and encode them in a specified modulation. For example, APRS operations in North America which itself are simply modified AX.25 frames, take the form of AFSK encoding transmitted at 1200 baud at a frequency of 144.39 MHz. I don't own any hardware TNCs, but it's easy enough to use a Raspberry Pi or any other computer as one. When using a software TNC, radio interfaces under Linux appear as an audio device and a method of telling the radio to transmit, usually in the form of a GPIO pin or serial interface. A software TNC, such as Direwolf, handles the actual encoding and decoding of binary data. Direwolf then provides a network interface in which other applications can connect to. However, we're going to need an application to actually show how this works. Thus, let me introduce Xastir, an APRS client for Linux. APRS is built... APRS is the Automatic Packet Reporting System and is a de facto mesh network built for transmitting location reports and short messages from point to point. Each APRS message is an AX.25 frame with no specified destination. On VHF and UHF bands, APRS messages are transmitted at 1200 baud. Meanwhile, on HF frequencies, this decreases to 300 baud. Operation at 9600 baud or on alternative modulations such that I need something to drink. There we go. That's better. Operation at 1600. Operation at 900. Operation at 9600 baud or on alternative modulations such as PSK31 is not unheard of, but it's relatively uncommon. I can and probably will do an entire video about APRS, but for this video, all you need to know is I can and probably will do an entire video about APRS, but for this video, all you need to know is that it's one of the most common uses of AX.25 in the current year. In this example, I have my Yaesu FT. In this example, I have my Yaesu FT. In this example, I have my Yaesu FT 850. Words are hard. In this example, I have my Yaesu FT857 tuned to 144.39 MHz, and Direwolf is running. As packets are received, they're printed out in Direwolf's log, and they're plotted by Xastir if said packet contains location information. Wait, did I copy and paste this twice? Oh, I did. The packet contains location information. I feel like I repeated myself here. The same is true for transmission. When I tell Xastir to transmit, it encodes. The same is true for transmission. When I tell Xastir to transmit, it sends a binary encoded packet to Direwolf, which then converts it to an audio transmission and sends it. We can see the connection to Direwolf here in Xastir's interface control window and the transmitted packet in its log. APRS packets take advantage of AX.25 source routing feature APRS packets use AX.25's source routing feature to take advantage of what is known as digipeating. Digipeating is the act of taking a third-party state. Advantage what is known as digipeating. Digipeating is the act of having a third-party station take your packet and retransmitting it another hop in the network on your behalf. This also increases your effective transmission range and power. You can think of a digipeater as essentially a router for packet radio. For the purposes of APRS, digipeaters can either be listed singularly or via alias. If I know the exact path I want a packet to take, such as if I want to use the idiot view, if I know the exact path I want a packet to take, such as if I want to use the Idiotville Oregon digipeater, actually a real name, I can specify the path as idiot v, and up to 8 digipeaters can be part of a given packet's path. Conversely, I can also ask for my packet to be routed one hop by any primary digipeater by addressing the packet to wide 11, which is the amateur radio equivalent of sending packets to 255, 255, 255.0. This demonstrates one of the unique features of AX.25. It, unlike individual Ethernet frames, can be routed, and AX.25 supports this as a first-class feature. Back in the days where packet radio was much more common on amateur bands, this also allowed TCP/IP frames to be digipeated through standard digipeaters instead of having to set up IP addresses for each individual hop. I'm not actually sure how ARPA routing used to work. TCP/IP uses very old school IPv4. It's not done this way anymore because of IPv4 exhaustion. Supported what was called prefix routing. The idea is that you would send it to basically the gateway for for a given namespace, and then that would go down the chain. IPv6 actually has that feature and is used as originally intended. Oh, you're talking about bang path routing. Yes, it is effectively the same thing. That isn't an ARPANET feature. That's actually a feature of UUCP. ARPANET actually used ARPANET email addresses are actually identical to modern day ones. It's also why there's an entire RFC about this, RFC 822. I'm a little scared I know that one off the top of my head. That's the entire one that deals with email addressing. Yeah, that was UUCP. It's actually still used on Usenet because Usenet works the same. Anything that works as a store and forward system, which effectively AX.25 is, has similar things on it. Okay. I just realized I don't have my APRS client. I'm logged in as my dummy, my streaming user. On my main account, I have an APRS client running. I've actually been thinking about setting up an Echolink node so people can, so at least licensed amateurs can drop in and join the chat. I don't want to open it up to the general public because that just sounds like a bad idea, but at least if someone's talking over the radio, there's rules about profanity, and if they're really going to do something stupid, I can always report them to the relevant government agency. The FCC does actually take those types of complaints quite seriously. You have to provide them with information, but realistically, if someone's going to like, I would feel a lot better having a radio repeater be live on my YouTube channel than just letting the internet as a whole connect to an open VoIP server, because it'll probably end less badly for me. For each individual hop. This combination of my radios, Xastir, and Direwolf allows me to make contact with the International Space Station via AX.25. How this works is pretty simple. First, I need to wait for ISS to come to me, since I don't have a spare orbital rocket to go to them. Secondly, I need to tune my radio to the ISS digipeater frequency and then wait. As ISS flies overhead, the digipeater on the station relays any packets it hears back to Earth. This also allows my VHF transmission range to go from its normal maximum of approximately 50 to 60 miles to 1,200 to 1,600 miles. Finally, I have to set my packet path to RSO-ISS, or actually, that's not correct. Finally, I have to set... our ARISS is actually what you're supposed to use. RSO-ISS works, but there are times where they have switched the radios. There's four amateur radios on the space station. There's two in the Russian module, and there's two in the American one. Currently, the Russian radio, the radio in the Russian module is used for digipeating, which is why it's RSO-ISS. At times, they've had it the other way around, and that's when you get it's NA1-ISS. And when I did the SSTV decodes, that's the call sign. I actually had both call signs on it. 1,600 miles. Finally, I have to set my packet path to ARSS and then to a ground station to be relayed through the internet and logged. That's really all it takes, and sure enough, it works. So, now that we've done it the modern way, let's do it the old and busted way. And to quantify that statement, let's start with the main reason that the kernel's AX.25 stack hasn't been heavily used. It's been broken for almost a decade. From approximately Linux kernel 3.0 to about a year ago, trying to use the kernel AX.25 stack would cause it to panic and crash. Yeah. A decade... A decade... Yeah. A decade plus of just being unusable, which really brings into question if anyone has actually used any of this code since 1999. More recently, the Amateur Radio Digital Communications Group, which also administers the amateur radio allocation of IP addresses, has funded new development, which at least has taken the kernel stack from broken to how it was in 1999. Which, as we'll see, is still bad, but it doesn't crash anymore. All right. All right, I'm actually going to pull up my own stream because I want to make sure I get the details on this. Right, so let me pull up my YouTube channel in another window. Live, so I want the stream from yesterday. Well, not yesterday, so... I actually think I'm going to have to set up and do this. I think I actually am going to have to set up and do this because when I did this originally, I did this over Ethernet. I didn't do it over KISS, which is the way you have to do it with Direwolf. So I'm not going to record this part. I'm going to simply write it with the understanding note must be revised because I haven't done this with an actual radio yet. I could just get on the Pi and actually do it. But I'm just looking at my actual stream. I'm just getting some hints of what I need to write here. Linux AX.25 how to. Because it's a KISS interface. Oh, I didn't see this last time. Linking NOS and Linux using a pipe device. Oh, right. I did try that, and it didn't work. User programs. Okay, so that's actually is how that works. Okay. I mean, there is an actual sound modem device. Okay, user mode, sound modem device, user mode with the kernel sound drivers, working as the sound modem. Blah, blah, blah. Doesn't actually tell you how you set it up. I'm not even sure the sound modem is still in the kernel. Let me look at the man page for Kiss Attach, just to see if it's got something. Actually, you know what? I should probably see what is actually in the kernel in current year. So I actually have... Yeah. I actually have a VM that was running from an earlier stream. So let's... yeah, let's go source... So I'm not sure if there's a sound modem device in there. Oh, my leg hurts. I've really felt like shit the last few days. Maybe I got something while I was up in Canada. And Oh yeah, the dog has the zoomies above. I can hear the dog. I can hear the zoomies through the floor. Okay, so the sound modem driver has actually gone and met its maker, so I'm okay with that. I don't have to mention it then. TNCs to computers. I think it's AX.25 utilities. currently just looking at all right, so that handles setting up the actual TNC. So what comes after that? So you configure dual port TNCs. So I have control 15. All right, so So AX.25 ports, connected mode. I'm trying to figure out how I want to describe the AX ports file. Because I'm not even sure I still understand how AX.25 ports work. Let me look back at my live stream. Actually, let me look at chat, because I've been leaving chat for alone now. James Lynch, is that the same sound modems for AX.25? Because the how-to says that they should be in the networking section. I didn't see them there, but maybe I was looking in the wrong place. All right, let me find the part where I fiddle with ports. Call sign. So yeah, so that's AX25 ports. I am actually going to have to set up and test this, which I guess is probably going to be a tomorrow thing. Uh... I don't know if I want to talk about ROS or NetROM. think my where is my little switch for that signal link? That signal link device to handle PTT. You know, there's actually an article for Xastir AX.25 stack. What is it? I kind of like how I can reduce talking to the International Space Station as a single sentence. Well, it's not even compiled into the kernel. Apparently it conflicts with ULSA, which is probably why it was sent off to the place where code goes to die. So now we get the Linux kernel talking to space. Now I haven't done that part yet, but I've already done it with Direwolf and Xastir directly. So in theory, all I have to do is plug plug everything together, and it should work. I'm going to take a bit of a break while I think about what I'm going to want to do with this next. I'll be back in a few minutes. Oh. Ooh. I feel like I'm getting old. feel like shit tonight. All right. So where do I go after I connect the Linux kernel to space? Like right now, I'm thinking about where we go from here. I'm reaching the 5 hour mark, and I feel like my brain is turning into silly putty. I think realistically, so I think the next thing. I guess I could just record this. I don't think it's actually like this is 95% actually accurate. Um All right, so where did I leave off this recording? I just want to make sure I have this all basically lined up. It doesn't crash anymore. All right, let me grab this, select all, and normalize. Apply. All right, let's make section 3. So we've got about 14 minutes of dialogue, maybe 15. I haven't quite timed it yet, but yeah, let's get this part done. I don't think I'm going to finish this tonight, but at least I put a huge chunk of it down. Actually, setting up the Linux kernel AX.25 stack isn't terribly complex. First, you need a kernel with both AX.25 and the radio modules enabled. You also need the userland tools, which are shipped separately. Not all Linux distributions do so, but Debian ships its stock kernel with everything compiled as modules, so they can simply be mod probed into place. You also need the AX.25 tools and the AX.25 app. You also need the AX.25 tools and AX.25 apps packages to get all the associated bits. Out of the box, the kernel ships with a bunch of drivers for various hardware TNCs, as well as a generic one known as a KISS driver. As well as a generic one for what is known as a KISS device, and one known as BPQ, which allows AX.25 frames to be transmitted. And one known as BPQ, which allows for AX.25 frames to be transmitted over Ethernet. What we're interested in is the KISS driver. KISS is a framing protocol used to connect TNCs to computers and can be used to connect the kernel stack to Direwolf to help us poor software TNC users. Actually doing this is a bit clunky, as KISS attach do re mi fa sol la ti va. Actually doing this is a bit clunky, as KISS attach expects an actual kernel hardware device. However, it is possible to tell Direwolf to attach to a kernel pseudo TTY by using the -P option, and then telling KISS attach to attach to that. Simple enough. After running KISS attach, we end up with this weird looking network device called AX0. Now to configure it. There are two ways to do this, either with the old school ifconfig command or directly with the APRS command. The first thing we need to do is assign a call sign and SSID to the interface. Here we'll set AX0 to KD2JRT-15. I actually should get rid of the hyphen. Here we'll set AX0 to KD2JRT-15. Next, we need to set up AX ports. This is probably the most unintuitive part of the process, but it's an effect. This is probably the most unintuitive part of the process, but it is in effect the equivalent of INetD for internet applications. AX ports configures routing of incoming AX.25 Incoming connections can either route all traffic to a given application or route it based on its source call sign. For example, in a system running a bulletin board system, you might want to have the default application route to that, but spawn a terminal session if you were to connect to your own system remotely. Next, you need to set up any routing. If you're trying to connect to a given node via digipeating, the AXParams command can also be used to configure the AX.25 repeater path for any packets that have a given destination. You know what? I need to reword that. Digipeating. The AXParams command can be used to configure the AX.25 repeater path for a given host. For this video, I'm only going to use simplex communications, so there's no need to set this up. Finally, you just need to make sure that AX.25D is running. That's all there is to it, at least for basic configuration. Now let's talk to space! In Xastir, I just need to open interface control and simply specify the kernel AX.25 TNC. We can then just specify the name of the radio we set in AX ports, and we're done. As we can see, Xastir starts encoding and decoding packets just like it did before with Direwolf. Likewise, I can simply wait for the International Space Station to come by, and boom, that's the Linux kernel talking to space. However, it might seem that I just did a bunch of additional work just to get the same end result, and you're right, I did. To actually show what the kernel AX.25 stack is capable of, I need a second machine. So, presenting my hacked Lenovo Chromebook, which I reflashed and turned into a testbed for all my future radio projects. This machine is set up exactly as before, with the exception that it's configured as KD2JRT-14. 14. You know, I actually feel like I need to extend this. The serial port open. However, when due to the advent of networked TNCs such as Direwolf, this machine is set up exactly as before, with the exception that it's turned into a test bed for all my future radio, which I reflashed and turned. All right, hold on. I gotta actually record a new segment here, because I think having that in the script actually makes more sense. Coding and decoding packets just like it did before with Direwolf. Likewise, I can simply wait for the International Space Station to come by, and boom, that's the Linux kernel talking to space. However, it might seem that I just did a bunch of additional work just to get the same end result, and you're right, I did. To actually show what the kernel... Alright, so let's just grab this, and we're going to delete that. One of the main advantages of the Kernel AX.25 stack was that it allowed multiple devices to share a singular radio interface. When using a hardware TNC, in general, only a single application at a time can hold the serial port open. However, due to the advent of network-aware software and hardware TNCs, this use case has largely vanished. That isn't to say that the kernel stack doesn't have its uses, but to actually show what the Kernel AX.25 stack is capable of, I need a second machine. So, presenting my hacked Lenovo Chromebook, which I reflashed and turned into a testbed for all my future radio projects. This machine is set up exactly as before, with the exception it is configured as KD2JRT14. Alright, there we go. Now let's just normalize that. Let's put that back over there. Ugh. Trying to think of what I need to demonstrate. Let me think here. Things to demonstrate here. Routing TCP IP packets. Connecting, hosting a BBS. Um, just checking my phone for a moment because right now I am completely I'm not sure the order I want to show this in. And once again, I have forgotten what my actual prefix is for IP packets. 44, 61, 15, 1. And on the Chromebook, this 100 baud. Do I want to talk about the kernel race conditions issue yet? I don't know how I want to bring that up. I'm legitimately not sure. So what is actually in AX25 apps? Because that'll give me an idea of what I actually am going to be showing here. So AX25 apps, list of files. That doesn't work. Maybe it's under tools? Yeah, there's TTY link. I really need to. Let me just stretch my leg. You know what? I'm like, I think I may want to cook a quesadilla, but the problem is that's going to. Oh, you know what? I still have a bit of chocolate. Let me have a chocolate bar and see if I wake up more. Chocolate. Forget what UI stands for. AX25 UI frame. For keyboard mode. I held down my shift key for too long. Um, maybe my brain is just turning to mush. I've been doing this. We've been at this for 5.5 hours. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. A lot of things in this world are still very slow bandwidth connections. I mean, I'm not even sure what Voyager downlinks it's dated to because of the inverse square law. Like, actually, what are the Voyager space probes downlinks? It's very, very low. So when Voyager 1 was launched, it was 21.6 kilobytes. It is now it doesn't actually say. It just says what it was when it went up. 160 bits per second is where it was 7 years ago, which means it's gone down even further from there because of the inverse square law. Yeah, here's NASA's page on the Voyager spacecraft. So 160 bits per second. Commands are at 16 bits a second. Well, I know the high rate plasma wave data I thought was no longer functional on Voyager. They're most they're on their last leg. What's going to kill them is that the plutonium fuel source is going to degrade. Yeah, see, this looks out of date. I thought almost all these subsystems were shut down. Smithsonian Magazine. Yeah, I'd actually have to look up what the current data rate is, but it's not fast. It is very much not fast. I also think I want to talk about the license problem with the AX.25. Actually, I want to see how TTY link works. probably just going to have to set it up and see if it's actually going to work. Bandwidth in amateur radio. Presenting clear text. I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole. Just the whole thing about encryption on amateur radio, I agree that it should be banned, but there's a lot of people who get incredibly salty about it. So I think I'd rather just mention that it is banned and not even go into a more deeper explanation because, yeah. Okay. It's considering the actual rule is that you cannot transmit a mesh. You cannot transmit. The actual rule about it is that you cannot transmit a message with the intent to obscure its meaning. So what this boils down to is that SSTV, you can use any modulation you want, but you have to be able. It has to be a documented modulation, and it has to be published. There are certain cases where encryption is actually used in amateur radio. For example, the microwave ham guys, which use the highest end of the spectrum, run protocols that have inherent encryption. And what they have interpreted the rule to be is that if they publish all their encryption keys as well as the modes and modulations they're using, it does not. It means that the transmissions are not obscured and thus do not run afoul of the rules. But if you're transmitting, if your secret keys are public, it's not actually encryption. It's just ROT13 with extra steps. It's not a matter of specialized gear, such. Like I said, it has to just be a document. It just has to be documented. Or realistically, you have to be able to derive the intent just by looking at it. So, it's why I don't want to really go down the rabbit hole, because this is a place where people get incredibly pedantic, and I don't want to have to deal with nitpicking. So I'm just going to say that it's banned. There is an actual exception to the ban. If you have a spacecraft that is in orbit and you may use encryption to communicate with that spacecraft for purposes of control and telemetry within the amateur radio spectrum. But that is a very niche use case of a niche use case. I mean, it's literally for a case. It's literally for cases where an amateur radio group is launching an AMSAT, and it does happen. They can put the telemetry and control commands for that transmitter on an encrypted channel, and that is legal to do. It is the one exception to that rule. Yeah. I've never actually tried to use TalkD, so I probably have to I'm currently thinking about what I want to cover this. So that covers the built-in AX.25 apps. I don't know if I want to mention bulletin boards here. Let me think about it. I mean, I'm kind of happy with the amount of progress I've made on this, but I also realize I'm going to have to film a fair bit of footage. I suspect tomorrow's project is actually going to be getting the Kernel AX.25 stack, talking to APRS, and then seeing if it can successfully talk to space. That would be quite nice. But before I do that, I'll be back in a few minutes. I know Rose is based on the AX25 stack. I just want to actually, I forget what it's actually, like the actual AX25 routing protocol is. It's not RAR. What was the original IP routing? RIP is what it's called. Disambiguous. I always forget what it stands for. Routing Information Protocol. I'm just reading some articles about this. It's really internet. I'm currently just trying to get the radio space, including at least partially, at least you know what? I think I need to actually reference the XKD map of the internet. Because it is actually, yeah, it is actually there. You can even Uh, Signed IP addresses. All right, so I think that talks about all the AX25 applications here. I now need to figure out how I want to talk about basically. I don't want to say how it ended, but TCP/IP is pretty rarely used over radio links. I'm really trying to figure out where I take it from here. Because now I've covered TCP/IP, I've covered rows, I've covered NetROM, I've covered the AX25 utilities and tools. Now what? Oh, 1918, not 1912. Yeah, you're right. That is completely right. Thank you for that. Yeah, I think I am actually getting tired. I don't want to say AMPRNet is dead because that is an oversimplification, and a lot of people are going to take that the wrong way. Actually, no, I should probably ask for an IPv6 allocation. Use of TCP fixed link point, traditionally on the point. Actually, I need to figure out how NYC mesh is transmitting traffic. NYC mesh. I never actually got involved with NYC Mesh. I wish I did, but I didn't when I was living out there. I don't know how to explain this without going into a radio rabbit hole. The short answer, the short problem is that as you go, so frequent, different parts of the radio spectrum have different characteristics. On the 2 meter VHF band, realistically, it tops out at 1200 baud, although that's partially a legal limit, and that has no longer exists, and partially because above that, successful decoding is actually hard. What was it? It was called. It wasn't a signal rate limit. I forgot what the actual limit was. It is an old one. Uh, I think it was 1200 baud from the 10 meter to 2 meter baud. No, it was one to the upper edge of the 90 centimeter band. You know, I have to actually find the old FCC rules. What were the old FCC symbol rates? That's an AI answer, but I think that's actually correct, but it doesn't tell me exactly what I need. Here it is. transmission instead of the actual symbol rate. But rules set by the FCC in 1986. Do I even want to talk about the signal rate limitations? Game moves in the United States for decades. 2.4 is 2.4 a microwave band? I don't think it is. I forget where microwave actually starts. Protocol and supporting more than 2 machines given link drastically decreases amount of bandwidth. Sorry that I'm not talking. I'm just kind of focusing right now. I think actually talking about Aloha is actually decent here. I actually think I'm happy with this because now we talk about why it isn't used. Um, now I think I just need to talk about the kernel problems and then put a bow on it, and I think I've got my script. Yeah, I'm definitely starting to fade here a little bit. It's 3:30. It's 3:16 in the morning here. Let me go stretch my legs for a bit, and let me see if I can get a little bit more writing done, and then we can wrap it up. Because, oh god, I've been at this for 7 hours. Oh, joy. I think I'm going to actually kind of call it here. I've been at this for 7 hours, 7 hours, 20 minutes. I think my brain has turned into putty. I'm not even sure I'd get a good voice recording because I'm pretty sure I sound tired. I sound tired to myself. And I've learned from experience, don't record a voiceover when tired. You just sound slow. Yeah, okay, I have that all saved. Yeah, I think I'm going to wrap this up here because this is me staring at a screen for 7 hours, and I think I kind of want to take a break. Alright, anyway, this is your host, N Commander, signing off. If you've enjoyed this content, consider buying a QSL card with the link that I have pinned. This is my soft launch of my store, and I have QSL cards for sale. So, yeah. Alright, yeah, no, I am actually quite tired. So, anyway, this is your host, N Commander, signing off. Wishing you all a pleasant evening. See you when I see you. We will almost certainly be streaming again tomorrow, so I will see you then after I sleep and hopefully feel less like death warmed over. Catch you all a bit later.